So that one's set in the player location. The update player location, the more dumb one, is updating the last known player location. And we should now be able to go into our AI controller and essentially remove all of this code in tick because it's been superseded by our services instead. And we can go ahead and compile and
Whoa. Go on, build that. Go on, build that. We done? We can do a rebuild. Okay, so that succeeded apparently. I didn't see it. Dum dum dum. 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 Hey, how was it? Oh, wow. What's the temp out there? Kind of perfect. Oh.
They help us with persistent running behavior and how we can write our own in C++. Let's dive right in. Now, there are only a few pieces of logic left in our AI controller that aren't in our behavior tree, and see what's it's essentially a way of running something every tick or every so often whenever a particular path is active. So if I had a service here on the chase behavior, then some code would be able to run all the time that the chase behavior is active. Whether we're moving, shooting, waiting, any of these things, it would always be running, but if we're in investigate, it would not be. So this is exactly the kind of situation that we're looking to use a service. Now let's have an example service. One thing that we notice when we're playing is that once the AI comes within range of us and we move around, he's not rotating to look at us. And we can fix that with an already built-in service here. So if we right-click on this node and go to Add Service and look for the default focus service, you can see it's different color, it's green. And if we select that default service, it also goes underneath these sequence nodes as opposed to above them, which is what the decorators do. So with the default focus selected, you can then choose what you want to focus on. In this case, we want to focus on the player location. Go ahead and hit save, hit play. And now if we go and have a look and move around, you can see he's rotating to follow us. Cool stuff. Now, we want to be able to implement a similar service in C++ that will update our player location all the while and update our last known player location while we are chasing. So we're going to do that as two separate services, and you can see how that also automatically services can make things a little bit more efficient than doing it in tick, because you can only run the last known player location when you're in the right part of the behavior tree. So let's go over to the sandbox, go to content browser, a method call here in the BT service. where the pretty name basically 2, it should be update player location, and let's build and see if that works. Looks like I had a missing semicolon. Let's try that again. Once that's compiled successfully, we can go over into our enemy AI, and as well as the setting focus, we'll add a new service which we've got showing up here as the player location, where the pretty name basically comes up as update player location. You can see that it tells you the frequency of ticking every 0.4 to 0.6 seconds. That's better than using tick, because we know tick runs every frame. Here, this is running less frequently, which is a good thing. And we can go over into the details and create a Blackboard key, drop down, and select that what we want to update is not actually the player location, but the last known player location, because that will happen every frame as long as we are chasing, and that is the behavior that we want. So one more service node we want to go ahead and create is going to do the AI owner. Let's go and compile and see if it works. Well, the compilation succeeded. Let's go into the behavior tree. Now, the level I want this to run at is basically at the top level in the initial selector, because I want it to be updating the player location basically all the time, because we need to be able to abort any of these other behaviors based on the player location being set. So we need to be able to set and unset it at any time. So I'm going to go and right-click on the top level selector, add service, add the player location if seen, and then we're going to select that service node and select its Blackboard key, which is going to be our player location. So that one's set in the player location. The update player location, the more done one, is updating the last known player location. And we should now be able to go into our AI controller and essentially remove all of this code in tick, because it's been superseded by our services instead. And we can go ahead and compile and see if that works. Let's go over to the editor and play and see if we've still got our enemy coming up to us. He's coming, running to us, loses sight, then comes back at us, starts shooting. Yep, basically everything is working as it was doing before, except now it's doing it entirely via services that we wrote for ourselves in C++. Next lecture, we're going to be fixing that pesky bug where the AI continues to shoot and eventually manages to kill itself off. I'll see you there. Hello and welcome in this lecture. We are going to be fixing those bugs with ray tracing so that we can kill the character they aren't killing themselves, and we can run over the spot where they've been by disabling their capsule collider. Let's dive in and see how to achieve this.
Yeah,
So we've got some weird bugs going on at the moment. So we've got one where the enemy AI essentially seems to be shooting itself in the face, as you can see by the fact that it's soon going to sprawl out dead on the floor, like so. But not only that, it carries on shooting as it is dead. So we're going to solve some of those problems progressively. Let's see what is going on. So first of all, the shooting itself in the face. That could be quite easy to see what's going on. So if we go over into our gun CPP and have a look at how this is working, we're currently doing this line trace single by channel to find the hit result, and we're doing it starting from the location that is the player viewport, viewpoint, sorry. And with the AI, we've already discussed this, it's going to be somewhere around the eye level. That's where it's going to be tracing from. And you can see that there might be a little bit of an issue here. If you start tracing from his eyes, you're going to hit this capsule. In fact, we have the problem ourselves as well. The only distinction being that because we have this over the camera view, over the shoulder view, then we essentially don't get the issue because we circumvent that capsule and don't hit it. But we could be hitting our own capsule just as easily if our camera were in a different location. So how do we stop that? So if we go back and define this, we'll create a struct, the f collision query parameters I'm going to call params, and then we can add some actors that should be ignored as part of our line trace. We do this by doing params dot add ignored actor. And then what are the actors we should ignore? Well, the first one is simply the gun, so this. And the second one is the owner pawn. So params dot add ignored actor get owner. So basically the owner of the gun should not be hit by his own gun. I mean, obviously you might want to be able to hit your own pawns with a gun, but no, not in this case. So the params we are going to pass in as the last argument to our line trace single by channel, and then we're going to say in as the last argument to our line trace single by channel, and then we're going to save and build and see if this works.
What was that noise? Oh, I died.
So now, ideally, if we go and hit play, we should see we're getting the particle effect on our capsule, on our player, and eventually our health should go down to 0, and we should end up sprawled out on the floor. There we go, sprawled out on the floor somewhere. We seem to have fallen through. I don't know where our actual player has gone, but we are still spawned on the floor. But here is another bug. You can see that he's still shooting at us, and he's still shooting and hitting a capsule. And the same thing actually happens if I were to kill this guy. Let's go ahead and kill him. There you go. Getting the... There. It's much harder without something to point at on the screen, but you're able to get him. But he's still shooting at me. And what we would have also seen is that his capsule is still active. So there's a couple of things we want to do when our characters get killed, both the AI and the player. So let's go to the shoot character CPP, and let's find our take damage function. And we basically want to add an if statement in here. We want to say if is dead. So basically we've taken damage for the last time. We're now dead. We need to do some stuff. We need to do some cleanup. The first thing we need to do is detach the controller from this character. The controller is no longer in charge of this character. The character's dead. You can't do anything. That's going to stop us from being able to shoot. So the AI will no longer be shooting when it's dead. That sort of makes sense. And furthermore, we're no longer going to be able to try and move around in the world. All of that is being disabled by doing a detach from controller pending destroy. That's what we're going to do. Then the next thing is we want to switch off that capsule collision. So we're going to do the get capsule component, and then we're going to need to do a hash include up at the top for the capsule component. So hash include components and the capsule component over there. Components. So hash include components and the capsule component over there. Then scrolling back down to our take damage. We're going to do an arrow operator, and we're going to do a set collision enabled. So we kind of want to set it not enabled. That's why we're doing a set collision enabled, weirdly enough. So it's going to be e collision enabled, : no collision. So we're setting our capsule collider to no collision, which should help us right out. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and build and see if that's helped. Well, the compile at least was successful. Let's go.
Oh, I like that. I'm gonna get ya.
Go and hit play. And so he's shooting at me. I can shoot him until he's dead. There we go. He's dead. I can go over his capsule, and I'm no longer colliding with it. You can also see that he is no longer shooting his gun, which is fantastic. And let's also see if he goes and kills us, what's the behavior. So we just have to wait for the 10 shots. And you can see I sprawl out dead just as much as he did. And he keeps shooting at me. That's okay. He's no longer hitting an empty collider. And I can no longer control my camera because I am dead. Awesome. So we've got the basics of a first-person shooter here. We've got an enemy that follows us, shoots at us. We can shoot at it. Both of us have health. Both of us can die. So the next thing is to actually set up some game end conditions so that we can display a nice message to our player saying that you've lost or that you've won if you killed all of the players in the level. And that'll be the subject of the next lecture. See you there.
Ending the game.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be creating a kill 'em all game mode, which is going to be just one of the possible game modes that we can create due to having a virtual pawn killed method that could be called on any of the game modes that we want. Let's dive in and see how we're going to implement this virtual method. So we would like our game to be able to end. What does it mean for a game to end? It means that we go into some sort of state where we've either won or we've lost. We inform the player using some UI. We give them the option to maybe restart and play again. Something along those lines. Now, the classes involved with this typically are a game mode. The game mode is responsible for deciding rules about the game, such as who won and who lost. And for that, we're going to need to know who is being killed. So we're going to have this virtual method here called pawn killed, which will be called from our shooter pawn when it dies, whether or not it is the AI or it is the player that is doing the dying. And furthermore, I want to add a little complication here, which is that we'll have different game modes derived from our main shooter game mode. They will implement that game mode. That's what the arrow means here. It's often a little bit counterintuitive the way the arrow goes, but Kill 'Em All game mode inherits from the shooter game mode, and it overrides pawn killed in order to count up and decide differently on the rules of the game. So that's why I want to put a virtual pawn killed method over in the parent shooter game mode, and then implement or override it again in the Kill 'Em All game mode, which is going to be the game mode that we're implementing for ourselves. And you might choose to do different game modes where maybe you just want to kill a certain amount of the enemies in the level rather than all of them, or something along those lines, maybe a capture the flag, something different. But basically what's going to happen is the shooter pawn is going to find the game mode that's got the type shooter game mode, and it's going to call its pawn killed. And then depending on whatever implementation there's actually there, it's going to go through to the implementation via the override. Now, another complication here is that our UI logic and restarting logic is really something that should happen in the player controller, UI generally being the purview of the player rather than something global like the game mode. This is especially true in games that are multiplayer because the game mode doesn't actually exist on the player's machine, it only exists on the server, so any UI stuff should be going on in the player controller. That's a complication we don't need to worry about because this is not a multiplayer game, but it's still good to use the classes for what they're expected to be used for in Unreal. So the player controller, the actual root player controller class, has a virtual method called game has ended, specifically for this purpose, so that the game mode can call this method, and we can implement it in our own shooter player controller to do UI, restarting, all that sort of stuff. But we'll need to be calling it from our game mode when we have decided that the game is over. So we'll call the virtual game has ended on the root player controller, and then because that root player controller is actually a shooter player controller, we'll end up diverting back and calling this game has ended. So it seems like a circuitous route. We're going to be calling from our shooter pawn via the shooter game mode to the Kill 'Em All game mode to the player controller to the shooter player controller. But this allows us lots of flexibility in terms of saying, well, we can mix and match different player controllers that will show UI in different ways in different levels. We can mix and match different game modes that are going to work in different ways. And that's the reason for me architecting it in this way. It's a little bit overkill for our project, but it shows you how this could extend to other projects with capture the flag game modes and different sorts of player controller. So let's have a go at implementing it. We're going to go and first of all find a root game mode. There's already one created because I started from a C++ project. We've got this simple shooter game mode base. And what I want to do here is create a public function, which is going to return void. And
Whoa.
it's going to be pawn killed. And we're going to have to pass in the pawn
How does this carpet always move so much? A game?
Yeah.
All right, we'll allow it. Bye. Have a good day. You too.
That was killed here, so it's going to be a pawn star called pawn killed, like so.
Yeah.
And then at the beginning, we're going to make this a virtual method, and we're going to go ahead and create a basic implementation that essentially does nothing in here. Then we're going to create a subclass, so new C++ class. Nothing in here. Then we're going to create a subclass, so new C++ class, going to show all classes, and we're going to look for our shooter, simple shooter game mode base as our base class, and we're going to call this the kill all game mode, like so, and go ahead and create that class. Then when that has compiled, I want to just switch over for a second and go to our shooter character, CPP. And you can see in here, we've got our isDead in the take damage method. Now, if this is dead, what I want to be doing is getting hold of our game mode and calling the pawn killed. So the way we do this is we start with calling to get world in order to get the game mode. Then it's get auth game mode. And then what we want to do is for this game mode to be of the correct type.
Loco. Wow, failed. I probably need to control should be enter.
Killed, like so. And then at the beginning, we're going to make this a virtual method, and we're going to go ahead and create a basic implementation that essentially does nothing in here. Then we're going to
Create a base implementation that does nothing.
create a basic implementation that essentially does nothing in here. Then we're going to
There we go.
create a subclass, so new C++ class, going to show all classes, and we're going to look for our shooter, simple shooter game mode base as our base class, and we're going to call this the kill all game mode, like so, and go ahead and create that class. Then when that has compiled, I want to just switch over for a second and go to our shooter character, CPP, and you can see in here we've got our isDead in the take damage method. Now, if this is dead, what I want to be doing is getting hold of our game mode and calling the pawn killed. So the way we do this is we start with calling to get world in order to get the game mode. Then it's get auth game mode. And then what we want to do is for this game mode to be of the correct type, which is the root one, the simple shooter game mode. That allows us to then switch out this character, use it with different game modes such as capture the flag game modes. So the way we can do this, we can use the angle brackets right in the get auth game mode right here. And we're going to do a simple shooter game mode, and we're going to need to include that at the top. So hash include simple shooter game mode base. There you go. So I didn't quite get the whole class name right, I think. So it's going to be a simple shooter game mode base. That's what we're trying to get. And we can go ahead and store that in a variable pointer. Let's call it the game mode. And then what we want to do is on this new line, we probably want to check that we have got this and it's not a null pointer. So game mode is not equal to a null pointer. And then if it is not equal to a null pointer, that is where we want to call game mode arrow pawn killed. And the pawn killed is this, like so. So now the game mode is aware of a pawn having been killed. A little mini challenge for you to override the kill 'em all game mode so that you can log out when the pawn is killed and set that as the default game mode in your map. Okay, so hopefully you had a go at that little mini challenge. We're going to go ahead and implement. So I'm going to do this by copying the public section of our simple shooter game mode base. It's hard to keep track of all these things. Then we're going to go over to our kill 'em all game mode base, which inherits from it. And we're going to paste in the virtual method, and we're going to add the override keyword to make sure that we're overriding this method correctly. Then I'm going to create an implementation over in the C++ for our kill 'em all game mode base. This is where we should be getting that log message. And just to be super careful, we know there's nothing in the implementation, but you never know, things might change later on and we might get bit in the bum. So we want to do a pawn killed, super pawn killed with the pawn killed. Makes sense. And then we want to do a ulog in here, basically saying that a pawn was killed. And we can see if that works by going over into Unreal and compiling. Then going to the blueprints item on the toolbar and selecting in the project settings that our default game mode we want to be, if we select game mode base class, we want it to be the toolbar and selecting in the project settings that our default game mode we want to be, if we select game mode base class, we want it to be the kill 'em all base game mode, basically. Go ahead and do that. In fact, that's not quite what we wanted to do. If we go and select, we wanted it actually to be a blueprint child of that. And we've already got a blueprint child that has a lot of things set up. So let's do a reparenting job there. We'll go to the root.
Oh.
We'll find the BP shooter game mode, which we've got here. We're going to rename this BP kill all game mode. And then we can open that up, dock the window, open the full blueprint editor, go to the class settings and change the parent to the kill 'em all game mode. And then we can open that up, dock the window, open the full blueprint editor, go to the class settings and change the parent to the kill 'em all game mode C++, basically. And that way we should be running the correct code. If we go to our message, to our output log and hit play and then project settings that our default game mode we want to be, if we select game mode base class, we want it to be the Kill 'Em All base game mode, basically. Go ahead and do that. In fact, that's not quite what we wanted to do. If we go and select, we wanted it actually to be a blueprint child of that. And we've already got a blueprint child that has a lot of things set up. So let's do a reparenting job there. We'll go.
What did you do?
If we go and select, we wanted it actually to be a blueprint. Basically, go ahead and do that. In fact, that's not quite what we want to do. If we go and select, we wanted it actually to be
Whatever.
a blueprint child of that. And we've already got a blueprint child that has a lot of things set up. So let's do a reparenting job there. We'll go to the root. We'll find the BP shooter game mode, which we've got here. We're going to rename this BP Kill 'Em All game mode. And then we can open that up, dock the window, open the full blueprint editor, go to the class settings and change the parent to the Kill 'Em All game mode C++, basically. And that way we should be running the correct code. If we go to our message, to our output log and hit play and then kill off a character, we have a problem. Does not appear to have the right setup. So if we go back to class defaults and change up the default pawn class to being the BP shooter character, that should be correct. Save and compile just in case I got that wrong. And then check my blueprints drop down here. It's selected the Kill 'Em All game mode, the C++ one, so we actually want to choose the blueprint one in here and go ahead and hit play. Now we've got our pawn. We can go ahead and kill this guy. And you can see that a pawn was killed. It's printed in the log message. So that is working fantastically. Now, in the next lecture, we're going to be looking at the second part of this, which is calling game has ended when we actually do want to end the game and to be able to restart from there on. So I will see you in that lecture. In this lecture, we are going to be putting together a player controller that will receive information that the game has ended from the game mode and will create this restarting behavior that after 5 seconds reloads the level after the player has died. Let's dive in and see how it's done. So when the game is indeed over, we need to notify
Jodes. Appreciate you, buddy. What's breakfast? It's overnight oats.
our player controller, and we also need to have a player controller in our C++ so that we can implement the behavior of allowing us to restart the level and such. So the first thing to do is when this pawn is killed, first of all, we're just logging indiscriminately. We do want to check whether or not the game is over. Now, there are two scenarios. One is where we win and one is where we lose. The lose is the first one I'm going to tackle because it's easiest. If the pawn killed is the player, you lose. That's it. You might choose to have multiple lives with different iterations of this game mode, but I'm not going to be doing that. I'm just going to have a single life. If you die, game over. You might want to restart. So how do we check if this pawn is a player controller? Well, that's pretty straightforward. We can just do a cast. So we're going to do a cast to a player controller.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for the pawn killed. And then, if this is not null, so let's take the pointer, a player controller pointer, call it the player controller, and store the result of that pointer in here. And we're going to say, basically, if this is not null, so if the player controller is not a null pointer, then we know that's the player that's died and that it's game over for the player. So what we want to do is call on that player controller method. We've already hinted at the fact that there is a game has ended method. Let's have a look at this. If we do Control P and have a look at the player controller.h, and we're going to look for a game.
What did you do? Control P? Oh, that's... Controller.
Game has ended. you can see sure enough there is a virtual method here called game has ended, and you can see there is an end game focus. What actor should we focus on in the end game? By default, this is null pointer, and that's probably what I'm going to use. And then we're going to say, is this the winner? Basically, you've got to let the player controller know whether or not they have won, and that's fairly straightforward to say. In this case, no.
I sneeze.
No, they haven't. So we're going to do a play controller, arrow, game has ended. Then I'm going to put null pointer for the end game focus, because we don't really need that feature. And then is winner, it's just simply going to be false. This is not the winning player controller because it's the one that just died. So it's time for a little bit of a challenge for you to implement game has ended in a player controller. That means we need to create a C++ player controller, create its blueprint subclass, spawn that blueprint subclass by default from our game mode, and then you want to go ahead and override the game has ended and put a log message in there to check that we're indeed getting that game has ended at the right time. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So step 1, create that C++ player controller, create a new C++ class.
What? Why do I need a new player controller?
Then go and look for, let's see, player controller. Next, we're going to call this the shooter player controller. Go. Ahead and create that class. Once that's done, we want to go over to our blueprints and create a blueprint class. That is based off of it. So we want the shooter player controller as the base, select that, and we're going to call it BP underscore shooter player controller. This is not currently really needed, but later down the line, we're going to want to hook up some UI assets to this player controller, so we'll have it there ready. Then we're going to go to the BP Kill 'Em All game mode and dock that in because we want to change the default player controller class from the player controller.
Player controller. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Then build this shit. Wrong pipe.
To our BP underscore shooter player controller. Cool. Then we want to override our game has ended. So let's see. If we go over to the player controller.h, we can see that this is in the public section. Here's the signature. Let's copy it, go over into our shooter player controller.h.
H.
And create public. Do that virtual void game has ended. Cool. And we've got it override already because that was clearly being overridden from somewhere too. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and implement it. Control-Shift-P. We want to call to super remember. And we want to do game has ended, like so. And we want to pass in the end game focus. And the B is winner. And then we want to log. So you log, use my macro there. We have finished. It's going to be the log message coming out at the end. So let's compile and see whether that's working. I'm going to go to the output log, hit play, go and finished. It's going to be the log message coming out at the end. So let's compile and see whether that's working. I'm going to go to the output log, hit play, go and get killed, basically. Health is slowly going down. And then we should see a message. Are we getting the message? No. So let's have a look. Look, what's the player controller here? BP underscore shooter player controller appears to be the correct one. We've got our override, game has ended. Now, here I spot a bug. Now, that is something that some of you may have noticed and have been shouting at the screen about, is that here we've got our player controller that we are casting to, and I'm getting that confused with the player's actual pawn. So what we want to do here is we want to say, get the controller of the pawn that was killed. So pawn killed dot get control. Arrow. So arrow get controller, and then we want to cast that to the player controller. And if that is null, okay, that should work. So let's go ahead and
build that. Oh shoot, I wasn't looking at my output log. Come on. Kill me. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No remaining health.
try that out. Go ahead and hit play. Get ourselves killed again. And this time we also don't get any log message. And this time it's for a subtle reason. That is because we're detaching from the controller before we call this pawn killed. So when it tries to get the controlling pawn, that's actually null. There is no controlling pawn anymore. So we need to do this notification just before we do.
Build that shit. Build that shit. Build it. What?
include the detaching from the controller. That includes moving up the line that gets hold of our game mode. I didn't think
How do I get to the front of the line?
that would matter, but now that I actually think about it, yes, of course it does. So let's go over into our level and play. Let's go and get
Relax, we're building. We'll build it. Love that.
get shot at. And once that is done, you can see that we have finished gets printed as we wanted. So we had a few hiccups along the way. Not your fault if you didn't get that in the challenge. You've done everything else right up to that point. That is great. So hopefully maybe you had a go at debugging that, but don't worry if you got stuck on those things. The final thing I wanted to do here is to actually restart the game on a timer. Now, the way we can do this is fairly straightforward because the player controller.h actually has a restart method. So if we go and have a look at this, it should be a restart level. That's the one that we want to be calling. And we want to do this on a timer. So we've used timers before to do repeating stuff, but we can also use it just to delay an action by a certain amount. So I'm going to go to the shooter player controller.h and create a private uProperty in here. Private going to be uProperty, which is edit anywhere float that is going to be the restart delay. You can see why we need a blueprint base for this already. I'm going to give it a 5-second delay. Then I'm going to go over into the C++, and we're going to want to do a get timer, world timer manager. To want to do a get timer, world timer.
Load. Not quite.
I'm going to give it a 5-second delay. Then I'm going to go over into the C++, and we're going to want to do a get timer, world timer manager. And then we can do on that, then we need to include, so hash include, and it's going to be the timer manager.h. Then we should be able to use the dot operator because the return type here is a reference. And we're going to do a set timer. And in here, we need to pass in a timer handle. So in the private section, let's go and create one. So it's going to be an F timer handle. I'll call it the restart timer, like so. Then that is going to be the handle that we pass into our set timer. The next thing we need on the fifth signature here is actually to have the object that we want to call on, which is just going to be this. And then there's going to be, I think, should be just the method itself. So we can do that by doing ampersand, and then it's actually the method, the restart level method, which we want to call on, that was defined on the A player controller. So A player controller, colon, restart level, and then we just need to pass in the delay, which we have already defined as the restart delay. So do that, put a semicolon on the end there, and hopefully we should get ourselves restarting after 5 seconds.
Build that shit. Why? Why is it getting delayed now? Nothing has changed. Oh. What is the include then?
And hopefully
Timer. of that. Cool.
In the delay, which we have already defined as the restart delay. So do that, put a semicolon on the end there, and hopefully we should get ourselves restarting after 5 seconds. Now I'm going to make the testing a little bit easier by opening up our rifle and making it just a little bit more lethal. So I'm going to go to the defaults, do the damage at 50, so we'll get killed with 2 shots.
Oh.
Let's go and hit play, get ourselves killed quickly, and then after 5 seconds, hopefully, we should restart the level. We restart and we're back in the level, so our timer is working as we expect. Now, in later versions, you will find that instead of restarting, what you're going to see is an error message that looks like this and talks about travel failure and says something about UED, PID, sandbox, blah, blah, blah. Well, the way we have to get around this when we're trying to restart and want to check whether our restart is working is we go to our ... menu instead of the play menu, and we have to play as a standalone game. If you play as a standalone game, it takes a little bit longer to launch up, but the restarting will work as expected, like so. And we see the level reloaded. Now, obviously, there's not much indication that this is going to happen, so we're going to look at UI in the next lectures. I'll see you there.
All right, this is a good point to stop. Save this. Save them all. Right? Brother. Hey, brother. There's a brother, and a mother. Hey, yo. Five minutes? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right meow? Hmm.
I will not leave a broken world behind. I'm here. Keep fighting. Close your eyes.
Sleep, my child.
I'll keep you up. Feeling fortified. I won't let you fall. I always deliver. I'm on fire! Going up. I'll cool you. One less to worry about. Major perk unlocked.
easy enough?
Oh, I don't know. Yes.
Vote for a map.
Let's go, team. Oh, Bariso.
Select your hero.
Alright, Skittler. Alright, Skittler. I see some nano blades in your future. No, going up.
Now traveling to Paris.
Nano blade.
I tried the chicken nuggets you suggested, but why are they shaped like dinosaurs?
That is what makes them superior. These phenomena bear further investigation.
When was my last trip to Copacabana?
Nope.
Too long ago.
Oh. Oh, come on, team. I'm missing a couple.
One.
Kona.
Incoming. Defend objective A. Eyes on a target. Sword for your wounds.
I'm dropping down.
Sir, yes, sir. I'm on your level.
Taking damage. Targeting hostile.
What are we doing?
Back it up, back it up, back it up. You're walled, you're walled. I'm out here.
DPS throw.
I'm out here.
I stand with you.
Objective lost.
Jeez. I feel like they're flanking. I don't know where they are. Yep, soldier behind. You're hiding. You're walled, you're walled, you're walled, you're walled. I'm nano. I'm getting with you.
You're powered up. Get in there. I need to reload.
There's a soldier behind.
Targeting hostile.
They got res behind. Res behind.
One of our enemies is being revived.
Mercy low. Bruh.
He's one. Oh my god, kill him.
You're covered. I appreciate the support.
They will be annihilated.
Let's increase our pace.
Covering you.
Welcome to orbit. 不洗澡也不要这样。Calling out the dig site.
Mercy can I? One too many ults.
أنا محدش يقدر عليا.
My strength will be yours.
Watch res. Watch res.
Targeting hostile. I'm reloading. You're powered up. Get in there.
I've got you in my sights.
Oh, they are coming.
I'm not finished.
Oh.
I won't give in.
I'll find my own path. Feels like sewing, huh?
I'm with you. I'm with you. No longer with you.
Hey. I will help you. Enemy spotted.
Bye. Oh.
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
come you don't stay a big bloke all the time?
I prefer tactical precision over brute force.
Oh, likewise, likewise. Some of my favorite bombs are extraordinarily precise.
What the fuck are you talking about?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Waiting gains us nothing.
Oops. Bro, you're the only one that died there.
We will take this area together.
Come here to get healed.
Are you fine?
This is not the end.
Don't know.
Enough whining. You're fine. We can't move until the payload.
They're close. Hog. Point.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Liberation right.
You'll have to try harder than that.
They're numerically superior!
Hog's going. Brother, this is not getting me to switch. $3K damage too. You're not doing shit, bro.
One of these days I'll end up.
You've got 9 deaths.
Is not ready yet.
False.
I needed that.
You don't even see where your team's at, bro. Hog anti. What are you doing in there? Come-
Helden sterben nicht.
They're getting the res up there. Hoggen died. Mercy can die. Look at Mercy. Yeah, I'm out of position.
I go out on my terms.
Mission is upon them.
Keeping the heat on!
Payload on its way.
We're up here, we're up here, we're up here. We're good, we're good.
My ultimate is ready.
Push them off high ground up here.
Enemy in sight.
The payload must be defended.
Targeting hostile.
See that? See how you work together? Work as a team? Follow me, Skittler. I'll show you how to play the game.
I'm on fire!
It's support, not healer. Really, like, I would be more than happy to switch too, but you realize I can't now, right?
Behind.
It's so hard to tell right from wrong. If only I had someone to give me guidance. Someone wise and experienced. An adoptive mother, if you will.
Oh no, absolutely not.
This should be interesting.
Homie, I'm getting way more value than you. You got 13
Hey,
deaths!
Anna, they
You
have
have
a
13
bot,
deaths!
so it's fine. You're doing good with the purples.
Attack commences.
This guy doesn't know how to play.
Objective A.
If it must be done, I won't let you fall.
Oh. The maze. Targeting me. River behind, river behind. Half. Huge.
Alright, we're up.
They got a queen. Ripper, ripper, ripper.
Securing this objective.
Purple, purple, purple. Bald. Damn, bruh.
is not the end.
Man,
Round 3. Complete. Score 3-3. Switching sides. I'll find my own path.
Come get here.
My soul hungers.
The always think they can beat me. And I always prove them wrong.
Your work is a hypothesis. Prove it.
Hello.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A. Let us keep our questionable choices to a minimum.
Draw strength from nature.
Flourish.
Neighbor's low.
Gentle rain.
You're walled, you're walled, you're walled, you're walled.
Now go get her.
Help me.
Feels good, huh?
Your pain will be endless.
Oh, bro.
Urge the enemy from our objective. 60 seconds remaining.
GG's.
Defeat.
Getting flamed!
I'm my last one.
Select a map.
Flashpoint? Gross. Alright, team.
Your hero. Select hero bands. Select your hero.
Kind of forget this game mode. Who's banned? It's actually great for me.
Breaking me down just builds me up.
Let's go.
I'm eager to see what problems we encounter on this mission.
I still have much to learn.
I'm on it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's this one. Okay.
We will kick up a dust storm.
Whoopsie daisy. Not with y'all. There's a hog. Woo! What the fuck?
Not so fast. I'll remember that for next time.
Oh, regroup, regroup.
Here, for you.
I might swap out the Brig.
Jiantu. Shields under fire.
Enemy spotted. I've got it. Oh, taking heavy fire.
No! I dropped that! How does that kill me through the shield?
Hang on, T.
I will not leave a broken world behind. Don't fret. I see you. I'm here. Keep fighting.
Can't heal, you're anti, you're anti. Let's go then. Straight to point, straight to point, straight to point.
Next, flashpoint garden.
Watch out.
I'll keep you up.
This ends now.
Bruh. Carry me.
And that. Nano boost is ready to deploy.
Let's increase our pace.
Thank you.
Don't fret. I see you. Shields ready. Eyes on a target.
Minor perk unlocked.
Targeting hostile. I'm in.
Tracer and Yana.
Your power down. Get
Yeah, I'm getting dub.
Let's try something else.
humanity is shackled.
My data surge
I
is not
hold
yet
the
ready.
key. Purge the enemy from our objective.
Just pull out if you can.
Mending
Get out, get out, get out, get out.
You are too kind.
You made him angry. Huge. Mercy, mercy, mercy on point, mercy on point, mercy on point. We win, yay.
Secure. Next, Flashpoint Palace.
no mother's kindness.
Oh,
Look at me go!
A taste of poison.
oh. There's a hook.
Progress is seldom won with ease. Greetings. Pain is inevitable.
There's walls up right now. We can go in. Oops. No ult, no ult, no ult.
Surrender to your mother. Your end is within my reach. Your end. A time to heal and a time to kill. A taste of poison.
Let me pee on you. I'm backed up. I'm backed up.
Misery made manifest.
Somebody flanking?
Lending
Not for good breed. May have. Oh.
your assistance appreciated.
That's game, right?
Eyes open now. Taste of poison.
Well done, everyone.
Double kill.
3 in a row. This immune baboon probably hates playing with me.
Select your hero. Choose hero bands. Traveling to Havana.
Havana Unana.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Not all of us are scientists, but that's no reason to be careless.
I hate to work on vacation.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
Ahlan?
Playing this corner over here.
Hey,
Raja, Ash.
D.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
stop the payload from moving!
Akane see ya, Raja.
Keep fighting.
Large anti.
I'm here. Keep fighting.
Reloading, reloading, reloading.
Don't fret. I see you.
Anti, anti. Reloading.
Healing you. I won't let you fall.
Backing up a little bit.
That must
The payload's moving!
be enough whining.
I got Nano.
Fine.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Don't fret. I see you. Let me keep up. Get in there.
Back up, back up, back up.
Let's stop it!
I've got you.
My bowler's
We can touch again? Can somebody touch?
Enemy returns.
This is not the end.
Coming back. Not there.
Sojourn en route. They're moving the payload. Shut it down.
They can die. Up top left. Someone's blanking over here to the right. Thank you. Don't notice anything. Big anti. I don't know where that is.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Mercy, mercy, mercy.
I'm just getting started.
Over there.
Good nano.
Beep, 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 beep.
Stop the payload. We're talking to you. Get ready. Appreciate it.
Nice.
لسه قدامي كتير.
My ultimate is ready.
You're alone, you're alone. Just back up. Just back up. Just back up. Get out of there. SpongeBob, get out of there. We can bob this. Speed Bob! Speed Bob!
I see you. Let the Kitsune guide you.
There's a soldier up top here.
60 seconds.
Where?
Sorry about that.
We'll have 3 ults here.
It's go time.
Nice.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I fucked up.
أنا ما حدش يقدر علي.
Yes!
Score 0-1. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Dun dun. Oh, I don't know what to do.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attack commencing. Escort the payload.
Let's give it to him. I'm taking the payload.
Taking care of you.
Walled. Watch anti.
We're on our way.
A threat emerges.
Huge. On the back left. On the back left. On the back left.
Enemy in sight.
On a anti. On a low. Mercy one. Mercy one. Up top.
Let's move this payload.
The enemy returns.
Stagger this round.
Just getting started.
So easy.
The experiment is ready. Time for
I got point.
Overclock.
My ultimate is charging.
An enemy appears.
We got 2 on point.
It's over.
I can hit Nano if you want to stay in there.
What is that melody? Hammer down.
You're down, healer.
I'm not finished.
No time for games. Let's move this in.
Are we here? We can. I'm almost back. Oh,
Targeting hostile.
Let's just wait for Ash. Hard reset. We have tons of time. We might as well wait. Wait for Ash. Wait for Ash.
Eyes on a target.
something flanking behind us. I hear footsteps over here.
Hey, no break.
Mercy-
I say
Mercy
we
someone?
send it.
You're alone up top. You're alone up top.
Oh, Ash.
Okay, just chill. Keep swinging, keep swinging, keep swinging. You're walled.
Alright, we're together again.
Half to Nano.
Why don't we just go under? Why we keep going over? Just go right behind us.
Sure.
Get after it, Tiger.
Swing that hammer, swing that hammer. Oh. Oh!
Sure.
Big shatter.
We can do some stuff here though.
Payload
Still have
stalled.
some
Get on
fighting.
it.
I have nano.
You're powered up. Get in there. Go time.
Yeah, yeah. 3 on. We can probably get this. Oh, we definitely got this.
Helden sterben nicht.
For the Crusaders!
Well done.
Play of the game.
If you're nanoed, it's mine. If you're nanoed, this counts as mine. Not nanoed.
Not so fast.
Ooh, do we play one more? Do we play one more? Fuck. I think we play one more, right? We play one more. Finale, highlight intro. Sure. We'll put it. Yeah.
Aim for the moon, land on the sun. Wait.
Come on, Snowball. I need your help.
Double kill.
Nice shot, me. Wow, I'm actually on fire.
Got that shield, you ho.
Ice on that. I'm on fire. Well, you know.
Double kill.
You see that, Snowball?
Double kill.
Is there a way to reset these in here? You're not a real tank. I don't think the combo makes sense.
Double kill.
We could have just talked it out. Boom. Ice. 冻住，不洗澡。
Double kill. Triple kill.
降温了，
Quadruple kill.
拦住他们了。We got them, Snowball.
Alright. Oh, I was about to say I'm not gonna wait anymore. Little kitty. Little kitty cat. What do you think, little kitty cat? Oh yeah, it's funny. Little kitty cat, little kitty cat, little kitty cat. Alright, you're gonna play the game. Are you ready? This is gaming. Press the buttons, press the buttons. Mouse, mouse, mouse. Ah! Shotzi! Oh, we got somebody in voice. Looks like they're getting all the nanos.
Oh yeah. And I'll be running.
Gold one.
Prepare your defenses.
Defense. Defense. Although if they're diving me hard, I might have to swap the brig or more or something. We shall see.
Let's do better this time.
Wolflax, we're easy, baby. We're easy.
Your hair looks brittle, Jack. Are you taking your vitamins?
Once a day, just after my steak
Ha!
dinner.
You need to stop, Jack. This crusade is getting out of hand.
How many times have you told me that?
How many times have I been wrong?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
No, I'm off.
Oops.
Thank you, Mercy. Can we just vote? Ooh. Are y'all able to handle the queen or not? Ooh, gee,
Getting
Merry
res.
Christmas. Okay.
Oh,
alright.
we're backing up. We're backing up.
Yeah, I got yanked off the ledge and that was... And then Mercy had to... heal for me. My bad, guys.
Oh, good. Someone's sleeping. Junker Queen sleeping.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Oh, Cass was one.
Nice. Big kill.
Means. Oh,
Mercy low, Mercy half. Anti in the back, anti in the back. You can walk on that.
And we'll back up because she'll be back. Cass is. Ooh, Cass was half.
And anti.
No!
You're anti as well, you're anti.
No.
Just chill, just chill, chill.
No!
Creepy's flanking.
This ends now.
To know. Jeez Louise.
No heals.
This ends now. I'm not finished.
That Cass flanking sucked.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we can stabilize here.
Yeah, and I've almost got Annihilation.
We're just gonna have to touch
We
it.
want to try and drop.
Yeah, drop, drop, drop.
As I drop.
Fuck, I died. Shit.
Oh boy. Ooh. Well, got 2, but they got points, so.
Humanity is shackled. I hold the
Play the long game here.
Yeah, back up a little bit.
Hi.
There's that Ana. Nasty little Ana.
You cannot escape me.
Playing this corner back here.
Are you senseless? They're moving the tailors.
Come here. I can heal you.
A cure for all the tailors.
I think somebody's up top. I think the cast is up top.
Soldier's on top.
I'm coming up, soldier. Coming up with you.
Jeez. This queen, man.
For the parched.
Just survive.
Keep our enemies from further progress towards their goals. Misery made none. Not so fast.
We can die. We can die.
Jeez Louise, that queen just rocking.
Zoinks! What was that? We got walked on.
Score 0-3. Switching sides.
Always persecuted.
No unnecessary risks.
The doctor is in, and he's looking good.
Many have tried to destroy this city, but Numbani will always hold strong. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Yeah. Relax. Large, large, large.
Queen's chasing me. You guys can walk on them.
We have the numbers. I don't know what we did.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there either. I started focusing on Ana. It's probably my bad.
Another go, maybe.
Like I heard Reaper somewhere.
A little medicine goes a long way.
You can walk. I have a lamp here.
They're gonna res.
Okay, I got her off the ledge. Coach is one.
Our Ana's dead.
Reloading. I am not with you, Orisa.
And I'm off. How did I get? Oh, she pulled me.
Oh, there's a couple dead there.
I feel like you should be able to go. Go. No, soldier, go the other way.
Our tanks are all dead. There's no point in me.
Yeah, but I think they lost Mercy. I think they've lost a couple, so y'all should be able to push.
Yeah, never mind. I fucked up.
Can't push
Dang
without
it.
tanks.
I mean, if they don't
Oh,
have
but
a
they
tank.
also were out tank though.
I'll find my own path.
Let's group up.
They're pushing me. They're pushing me.
I'm here, baby. I'm here.
Walk
baby.
up. Walk up. Walk up.
I'll go around here in a sec. Oh, don't go, Ryan? Oh, don't go. Through choke. Can knock her off though.
Like a gentle rain.
There she goes.
I'm with you, soldier.
Now go get him. This ends now.
Hey, so just half. Ooh, she's nanoed though.
Mercy, mercy, mercy. What the fuck?
Ana's one. Ana's one. Ana's dead.
I could use some assistance.
No. Okay.
We've got this.
So I tried to get two. I didn't know y'all were dead. One.
Go. 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 Go.
Got Ana. My shield was down.
Shouldn't have played. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. We are going into fusion. Angela, you are dead. Angela, you are dead. You are dead. What are you doing? You! Oh, I need some water. What, huh? Whoa, trying to juke me out, Kona? Okay. So. No. Surface, mesh, solid, sketch. What is sheet metal? Flange? Nah, something with the C word. Um, this is the extrude. Edit feature. We'll do 7.5. I don't think these did anything. Chamfer is what I want. Finish sketch. Pretty sure I can delete these. How do I make a chamfer? I might not need to be design, modify, chamfer. Is chamfer what I want? I don't think so. Jesus, what the fuck did I just do? Wrong. Okay, so is this what I want? No. Champal. Nope. I think it is chamfer. I need a YouTube video. Skip.
Thanks for checking in again. So I want to do a quick demo on creating chamfering toolpaths in Fusion 360 since it's a topic that comes up pretty often, and chamfers obviously make our parts look quite a bit nicer. So I wanted to start off with this example. It shows two different ways you might see chamfers on your part. One is a modeled in chamfer, and the second would be adding chamfers to straight edges. So if we go into our manufacturer workspace, so I've already got this part set up in here. So first one I wanted to show is doing a chamfer on the model that just has straight edges. So if you create a chamfer op, you would come in and with your geometry, you would want to select.
That's what I want. I figured it out. Oh. Why? I mean, does this really do anything? Maybe. And I actually want to move. Okay. I'm Oh wait, cancel. Back to solid. I think it's this. All right, this is good. Save. Splice! Gosh.
Hey everybody, Mike here. Welcome to the channel. Well, today we're going to be talking about supports in Bamboo Studio. Now, if you are new to 3D printing, there might be a chance that you are confused about supports, right?
No.
And I'm a member of a couple of forums, and yeah, I see a lot of questions about it, right? So I'm going to walk through the whole support deal, okay? So I loaded up this guy, Harry. We're going to call him Harry. I don't know what his name is, but I printed him recently, and that was pretty cool. And I got this off of Maker World, so that's where you can find it, right? Okay, so I loaded up the model, and then if you look at our tabs here, quality, strength, speed, support, and others, the one they're interested in, of course, is the support.
There is the... Oh, okay, these 4. Oh, shoot, that's why it's not there. Okay.
Tab, right? Now, I turn support off, and if I now splice the plate, I'm going to get a warning. And we'll do that. And the warning will be that there are certain parts of my model that are floating in thin air. They're not supported by anything, and they really need a support. Something to that extent, right? Warning, it seems that the object has floating regions. Yeah, no kidding. So if you go to the bottom, let's have it finish. Yeah, there you go. If you go to the bottom here, you see a whole bunch of blue areas.
How are you moving this?
That something to that extent, right? Warning, it seems that the object has floating regions. Yeah, no kidding. So if you go to the bottom, let's have it finish. Yeah, there you go. If you go to the bottom here, you see a whole bunch of blue areas that need support, right? Now, how do I know that? Well, if we look at this color scheme here, you see overhang wall is in blue.
Brother, where are you?
It seems that the object has floating regions. Yeah, no kidding. So if you go to the bottom, let's have it finish. Yeah, there you go. If you go
That'll wake you up.
Go to the bottom here, you see a whole bunch of blue areas that need support, right? Now, how do I know that? Well, if we look at this color scheme here, you see overhang wall is in blue. So we've got blue on the bottom here, on the inside, and so forth and so on, okay? So how do we deal with that? Well, what we're going to do, of course, is we're going to go in here and we're going to turn on enable support. And now, if we splice this again, the warning will go away, we'll get new supports, and there you go, ready to print, right? Now, if that were the case, then this would be a very, very short video. And yes, you can go that route, and usually it works just fine. Here you see that now, for the majority of this blue area, there are supports created. Now, the printer is able to do some overhang to a certain angle, but you do need supports in certain areas, right? Okay, let's look at the shape of these supports. I just simply clicked on enable support, and the type that I'm getting here is a tree. And this looks like a tree, so that kind of makes sense. And you can see here that support is in bright green. There you go. The orange is the outer wall of the skull, the blue is the overhang area, and we already know that.
Ah.
Right? Okay, so what I can do here is I can change the type. Let's say I want to have normal auto. So if I splice this again, I'm going to get something that looks a little bit more like cubes. And
looks the same.
I guess it's kind of a preference. I personally like to use the tree setup because they're easier to remove, I think. But, you know, I'll just let you see what that looks like. Something like that, right? And when I remove the supports there, first of all, I think there are more supports. You can see that the total print time of the support...
I think I don't really need more than this. Just do it. Do it! Just do it! Alright, we're gonna go back in here. And... new design. How about... this? All right, so I currently have an issue. I can't get Where it closes? Like, I'm not able to pull. File in here. Fusion, please. Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales. Oh shit, what did I just do? Fuck! I need to export this. From Bamboo. Bamboo Studio. Oh, huge. Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales. Dragon Tales. Camera. Let's get any smaller. Farts, brother, farts. It's slightly warped. This is a mesh body. Okay, can I create?
Hey business owner, tired of wasting hours on scheduling, attendance, and payroll? Connect Team's here to simplify all of that for you. With Connect Team's auto scheduling.
Yep.
By the end of this tutorial, you'll know how to use Fusion 360 to turn an STL or OBJ mesh file into a solid body. I'll also be showing you several different tricks to help clean up your files after the conversion. I do have another tutorial where I covered similar steps. However, not only will this tutorial be updated to reflect the most recent UI changes, but I'll also be sharing a few extra tricks. You likely found this tutorial searching for steps to convert your STL files to a solid body. Many of you will find something you like on Thingiverse or a similar website with the intention to alter it before 3D printing. For this demo, I'm going to use two different Thingiverse files, which I'll link to on this tutorial's resource page at productdesignonline.com/15. That's productdesignonline.com/15. The first Thingiverse file we'll convert is a hinged box that I've linked to on my webpage, along with credit to the original author. This box is fairly simple, and I'll use it to cover the overall process. Then, we'll use a more complicated object to cover common problems you may encounter, as well as some additional tips and tricks. Once the file is downloaded, there are two main ways that we can get the file into Fusion 360. The first option would be to upload the file in the data panel or the Fusion 360 hub. I'll click on the data panel icon in the upper left-hand corner. From here, we would need to select the blue upload button to select the STL file from our local machine. The second method, which is quicker and more efficient, would be to use the Insert Mesh command. If I select the Insert drop-down list, you'll notice that we have an Insert Mesh option. The Insert Mesh feature will work with both STL and OBJ files. Additionally, you can access the Insert Mesh command from the Shortcuts box, which is opened with a keyboard shortcut letter S as in Sierra. After selecting the Insert Mesh command, your computer's local folders will open up, where you'll have to select the file from your local hard drive. I'll navigate to my Downloads folder, and then I'll select the box STL file. The reason I prefer this Insert Mesh option over the Upload option is the fact that we can now define the position of the model, all within the Insert Mesh dialog. Let's take a look at all of the available options. First, you'll see that we can set the unit type. This is important to ensure that your model comes out the right size. You'll want to double check the file's dimensions before you go to 3D.
Okay, I did something wrong. Don't save.
Mesh command. If I select the Insert drop-down list, you'll notice that we have an Insert Mesh option.
Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales. Oh.
The Insert Mesh feature will work with both STL and OBJ files. Additionally, you can access the Insert Mesh command from the Shortcuts box, which is opened with a keyboard shortcut letter S as in Sierra. After selecting the Insert Mesh command, your computer's local folders will open up, where you'll have to select the file from your local hard drive. I'll navigate to my Downloads folder, and then I'll select the box STL file. The reason I prefer this Insert Mesh option over the Upload option is the fact that we can now define the position of the model, all within the Insert Mesh dialog. Let's take a look at all of the available options. First, you'll see that we can set the unit type. This is important to ensure that your model comes out the right size. You'll want to double check the file's dimensions before you go to 3D print the file. You may even have to check the file's Thingiverse page to see what units the original creator used. Second, you'll see that we have the Flip Up Direction button. This button simply lets us flip the up direction from the y-axis being the up to the z-axis being up. As in, we're changing the direction of the model, not the orientation of our file or view cube. This can be helpful if the original author modeled the file in the other orientation. I'm now going to hit the eyeball icon next to the origin folder in the Fusion 360 browser. Looking at this mesh file, we can now see that its center point is not aligned with the center origin point of our file.
Heard.
This may or may not be important with your project. However, if you do need to fix this, then you can simply click the Center button in the Insert Mesh dialog. You'll notice the model's center point is now aligned with the center of the file. Just below the Center option is the button Move to Ground. The model is currently centered on the origin point in all directions. I'll look at the model from the front face of the view cube so we can take a look at what happens. If I now click the Move to Ground button, you'll see that the file snaps to the ground or the XY origin plane. It's important to note that it will snap based on the lowest point of the model. This model has a nice flat base, but if you have any objects sticking out the bottom, then those will be referenced first. The last button that we have here is the Reset Transformation button. This will reset any changes that you've made, and it will place the mesh file into the original imported location. If I select this, you'll see the model is now away from our center origin point, as I originally pointed out. Last but not least, you'll see that you can toggle open the numerical input section, which allows you to define exact distances. This isn't used all the time, which is why it's closed by default. However, this can come in handy if you need to move the imported model around a pre-existing model, or to a specified distance away from the origin point if the model will be inserted into a larger assembly file. For now, I'll click the center and move to ground buttons, and I'll click OK. Now that we have our imported mesh file, we're ready to convert it to a solid BREP body. Then, I'll show you a few different ways to clean up the file's mesh triangles. For now, we can turn off the visibility of the origin folder by selecting the eyeball icon in the browser.
Eyeball!
I'll toggle open the bodies folder so we can work with the mesh body. If I right-click on the mesh body, you'll see that the option to convert the mesh to BREP is currently not available.
Wait, how'd you do that?
If I right-click on the mesh body, you'll see that the option to convert the mesh to BREP is currently not available. This is because we have to first turn off the design history.
Whoa, it's the Capital One Bank guy. That's me.
So, what do you do outside of the Capital One Cafe?
What do you mean? No fees on checking accounts and no overdraft fees help me sleep at night. What's in your wallet?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Skip!
As mesh files are written in a format that Fusion 360 cannot process and record the steps in the timeline below. I'll right-click on the file name or the top-level assembly in the Fusion 360 browser. You'll then see at the very bottom of the list, we have an option titled Do Not Capture Design History. After selecting the option, you'll get a warning that all design history will be removed and further
Files, save as. I can't save this. Alright, well I haven't really done anything yet, so we can just don't save. New design. Save. This will be pi base 0. And do this. What did we do before? Wrong, my boy. What did we do? How did we get here? Origin. Seven minutes flat.
We can take a look at what happens. If I now click the Move to Ground button, you'll see that the file's origin folder in the Fusion 360 browser. Looking at this mesh file, we can now see that its center point is not aligned with the center origin point of our file. This may or may not be important with your project. However, if
What's the difference between these two? Origin.
If you do need to fix this, then you can simply click the center button in the Insert Mesh dialog.
Where's the Insert Mesh dialog? I don't have an Insert Mesh dialog. There's two mesh bodies. There it is.
You'll notice distance it. We're ready to convert in the timeline below. I'll right-click on the file name or the top-level assembly in the Fusion 360 browser.
Okay, I've got a good feeling about this. Nice and hot. Sleep. Sleep. Oh. Oh. Okay, now how the heck do I get these supports up? Oh, just like that. Okay, we can clean that up a little bit. That's fine. Nice tight squeeze there. That's pretty much perfect. Oh, are these holes not lined up? Dragon Tales, Dragon Tales. This fits. Ugh. I dropped it. Don't let the cats get it. Fuck, I dropped it again. Holes are not perfectly aligned. What? It goes this way. It doesn't go the other way? Rit-Roo. We're stuck. We are stuck. Okay. Get the butter. Do I have a small... Oh, I do. There we go. Thread that, baby. Dragon Days, Dragon Days. Got one out. That's two. That's two, baby. All right, so this seems to sit somewhat flat. But actually, nope. So it is this one. No. Shit! Forgot the dimensions. $22. Where's my measure? Um. Forges, okay. Four. Where's my measure tool? .4 millimeters. Dragon Tales. This is 5 millimeters, so that works. Cool. That's cool with me. All right, I'm going to Control S this, and we'll Control S this. Okay. Got to check this on the hat. Let's see what this does. It's pretty perfect. Alright, what was I doing? I just died. Sick. And I got no wood. hope I didn't have that bucket. Doesn't look good for my bucket. Oh, please let the bucket. We got the bucket. How dare you make me bleed my own blood? Why are there no bows? Oh, what the fuck? I didn't do anything! I looked at you the wrong way? What was that? Cook it up. Cook it up. Patatas. Where am I? Ha. Ha. No. Give me the bows. There's a bow. No, fuck! You hurt me. You broke my heart. That shit up too? Great. Hey, bro. Let's go do it. Ain't nothing to it. About to do it. You angry at me? Yeah, you're angry. Oh, is that gold? That's a piece of gold. I love gold. Ouch. Don't know why that happened. Gold Nuggerino. I'm in another waste. So this is actually where I want to be, right? Yeah, that's pretty eerie, pretty scary, not gonna lie, not gonna lie. This is not right. No. Come on, what am I doing? Piece of gold! Alright, this isn't exactly working. Is that a gas? That's scary. Hoglins? Alright, I'm going to watch a YouTube video. I think I'm in Java, I don't know. Fuck you! No! Why? How? What do I have? Sky block. Gold farm. This is the one I want.
Chicken bites. If I don't lick my fingers, it ain't good. Alright, Dad. You going out now. To me, it seems like because it's smaller, they pack a bigger punch than fly.
In Skyblock, a gold farm is one of the most important farms for getting a lot of different building materials, including dirt. So today I'm going to show you how to make this super easy and cheap farm. So starting out with the resources you'll need 9 stacks of cobblestone, 8 cobble walls, 2 trapdoors, a hopper if you have them, but most of these are going to be slabs, and really to start out with you kind of only need 3 stacks, maybe 4 stacks of cobblestone. So I'm gonna dig this out and let's get started. Alright, let's start by making a small platform and placing 3 blocks on it. The center block, if you have the hopper, is where that goes. Now let's add a slab here and start building blocks around. We're gonna go 2.5 blocks up in the middle and 3 blocks up on the sides. Now this is where the zombie piglins are going to be running to when they're angry at you, so we gotta make sure it's a top slab so they don't spawn over here. Alright, next up, add 3 slabs. This is where you can stand. Right, let's place a temporary block and a temporary trapdoor. That's not...
Okay, this is definitely the one I want. My cabbages. Don't do that. This motherfucking gas. Shadoodle do I have in here? Oh, we can make one of those. Give me a bread, please. Bird for the ball. Oh my god, I don't know why I just freaked out. It's scary up here. I kinda hate it. Okay.
Now, let's add a slab here and start building blocks around. We're gonna go
there.
two and a half blocks up on the middle and 3 blocks up on the sides. Now this is where the zombie piglins are going to be running to when they're angry at you, so we got to make sure it's a top slab so they don't spawn over here.
You said it's a half. 1, 2, and slab.
All right, next up, add 3 slabs. This is where you can stand. All right, let's place a temporary block and a temporary trapdoor. That's not the way we wanted to, but that's okay. Place the second trapdoor there. That way it closes onto the center. Now let's break and replace this trapdoor because it needs to be going up in a different direction. Same direction as the one below it. So just come over here, turn facing that way, jump, and there we go. Perfect. All right, and now we get rid of our temporary block, pillar up 2 blocks, and now we're gonna fill in these corners with 3 blocks here. So let me just do that right next to the trapdoor. There we go.
Okay, well I don't have those material. Oh, I can make them. Owie. Trapdoor, please. And you said the trapdoor. Temporary block here. Trapdoor here. No. Nope. Bro, why? Ow!
Same direction as the one below it. So just come over here, turn facing that way, jump, and there we go. Perfect.
Oh, well, you're already in the one. There we go. That's...
Alright, and now we get rid of our temporary block, pillar up 2 block. And now we're going to fill in these corners with 3 blocks here, so let me just do that right next to the trapdoor. There we go. And so nothing spawns. Let's put some half slabs on this, and we are finished with the killing chamber.
Killing chamber.
Next is the small funneling area. I like to call it the pen. We go 3 blocks out here, and this shape is a little hard to explain, so I'm gonna go 3 blocks out here for a total of 4, and then 1 just like that, and we'll do the exact same on the other side. And this pen is super simple.
Time to go.
It's almost done. We just have to place walls in all of these corners here, and that's it. The pen is done. So let's move.
Ouchie. Need some walls.
Move on to the spawning platform. And for the spawning platform, we want to go out 31 blocks. And once we are there, we want to go down 1 block. So I have weeping vines, so I'm going to use those, although it is a little bit dangerous. Alternatively, you could bridge out, make a second bridge just so you could go down this 1 half slab. But there we go. So let's get rid of that and start with the pen. All right, now let's place a block here so we go down half a slab, and this is a spawnable space. This is where they're going to be spawning, so let's go out 8 blocks from there on either direction here. And this platform is going to be another 4 blocks wide. So once you get this outlined, fill this whole thing in, and this is going to be the spawning platform. Now, remember to be careful if you run out of materials. These are spawnable spaces, so if you run out over to where I have the chest at the main island, there will be things spawning, potentially ghasts, so be very, very careful. All right, now we're gonna want 3 of these platforms. So pillar up 3 blocks and put a slab for a spawnable space. Make sure it's spawnable.
All right, I'm calling it.